let's see. Let me make sure I have everything ready. Come on. Oh, no noise right now. Gwenblade. Why does that sound familiar? Ooh. Alright, yeah, that seems interesting. Alright, live, string manager. Let's go. Yep. Perfect. Alright, let's get this game going. I'm definitely excited for this one. Because as you can see, we're playing the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. The steampunk game based around, you know, Ace Attorney. That took a while to get to us. 10 episodes, god dang. Alright. Yeah. Give me a moment. I'm probably gonna... I have add-on content? I didn't know that. Hold up. What add-on content do I have? Hold up. Sorry. Oh. What the heck do they mean by add-on content? Yeah. What are the special contents? Gallery and moving pictures. Alright, hold up. We're playing dress up for a bit before I actually start this. Oh, that one's cute. Oh my god, Sholmes. Outfits are only made for use in the Great Ace Attorney 2. We're gonna keep everyone in their normal outfits, though. Alright. Let's quickly check how the sound is. Let's do a tiny bit louder. There we go. Alright. Hello, welcome, good evening, everybody. This is Emiko, and today we are playing the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Hold up. Subtitles. Wow. I kind of like the idea of the stat mode, though. Because sometimes you just want to hear the game and you don't want to, like, pull up anything like the Game Grumps or anything like that. Like, no, you just want to watch the gameplay itself. And I can understand that. I respect it. Alright, so, without further ado, select adventure. Resolve. I kind of like the intro to Ace Attorney 2 better. Alright. I didn't really read those, so we good. Oh shit, animated intro.
Empire of Japan. After opening its doors,
Oh.
cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation.
Ooh.
The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide.
Big mysteries, hell yeah. Didn't think this would start with a whole ass freaking animation. Oh shit, we begin with our dude committing murder.
But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
Like, how does that always happen? We begin a game, and our character... hella quiet compared to me? Alright, let me turn it up then. Because I usually do have it on the quieter side, but I guess we want to really listen to this. Was that better? Yeah, there we go. I was about to say, we're gonna test with the takas. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? What? Oh, no, nothing. Save your glares, murderer. Sorry. I like that, just sorry. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now, here I am, awaiting my trial. That's enough! Ah, shit. We got a rondo man. He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. And who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes. Until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has a right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue. This man's is a win. No. He has that attorney power. All of them have at least one power. Like, Goda had complete control over coffee. That was his special power. Could summon coffee whenever he wanted. Technicalities. Look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. I'm guessing that's the armband. And yet, it still seems to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Right, Ryunosuke? It is Ryunosuke, right? It's not Ryunosuke, right? Oh, we're gonna go with Ryunosuke. Because it's like Sasuke. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, no, I suppose that wasn't my fault. Really, Kazuma. I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not. You have to believe me. I didn't do it. I could never murder someone. And there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. You mean, I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke. Lawyer of the Leaf, attorney of the Uchiha. Kazuma Asogi, my best friend. Also in his second year at Yume University. But he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive, considering he's still an undergraduate. It's not that impressive. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old. Here in Japan, anyways. Damn, we're the ones the brand new lawyers, okay. My qualifications don't mean much. Yet. Said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when all this started. Congratulations, Kazuma. It looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. I know, I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. So, you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you, and proud as your friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. Yeah, he has that wind power. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean, to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's city of London together. If only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. It was straight after that. That's when it happened. Asogi, may I have a word? Dang. We got the official man. Look at that mustache. He's got that J. Jonah Jameson mustache. Well, this case has personal significance to me. But never mind that for now. Asogi. You should go immediately to the judge's chambers. His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. But you advocating for the defense in his trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at university before. Bet he's like the headmaster or something. Bring me pictures of guilty Spider-Man! Bring me pictures of Herlock Sholmes! I see. I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. Alright then, Ryunosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes. Thanks, Kazuma. Bow. Dang, this one's got the long setup. But I guess these are all like whole new characters too. So it makes sense that it's taking a while to set up. This is awkward. If I may. Yes, sorry? You must be the defendant. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right! My name is Eugene Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. Yeah, I can see it. I think that emblem on his, I think that's a haori. Could just be a kimono. But I think that symbol does mean something. Ah, Professor Mikotoba. Heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, she's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Asogi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you no doubt heard, Asogi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if we should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked and never granted again. What? As I suspected, you were unaware of this. I had a feeling Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dream will be shattered? But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? Fuck the government. The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas studies. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. Wait. Did I remember to... I did not. Alright. Apologies if there was any feedback earlier. I forgot to turn down my TV's volume. I didn't do it. I swear it. I'm not a murderer. I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Oh shit, are we about to hit a gimmick? Sorry? What do you mean? You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. But, then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so... As soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I do? But what will the question be? Surely not... Do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Defendant! Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. It would seem our surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. So, allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asagi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Oh, I'm gonna defend myself, aren't I? Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want me to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving! There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway. Fuck you, bailiff. This is it. This trial goes badly. Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. And what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. It always begins with a murder, too. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence. The trial that would decide my destiny. Also, I will say quickly, I always love the super loud ticker tape. Not ticker tape, just the typewriter noise that these things have. So this is a courtroom. My dude panicked. The Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power. Wait, are we on the wrong side? I don't know, maybe they do it different in Japan, but I'm pretty sure that's where the other side is usually. I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. Powers that be have demanded that this be a secret trial. A secret trial? A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. Japan is backwards. The cars are, so their courts are too. What? But why? Also, I'm pretty sure, like, America is the ones that's technically backwards. Like, I think most other countries have it the other way around, but I could be wrong. It'll become clear in time. But for now, you need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. Oh fuck, we got him again. It's always the same dude that we go up against first. Japan is... How like that? Just excuse you? The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. Do you want to repeat that? I swear I had the communism in my beard. as is the defense. Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedure is for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do... I need to answer quickly. What should I do? I do! Needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will advocate for his defense. Yes! What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. You'll be... What? What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Emiko told me everything, just now, before the trial. You did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you out. No, it's not that, really. It's just that... Well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel. It's exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Emiko shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. Well, well. Does the accused admit defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel? Really?
Objection!
Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? Hmm? Oh! Yes, exactly! Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all! In fact, my mind's a complete blank. That is the most Phoenix Wright face. I realize you're in charge now, but still. Try not to look so bewildered. Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court, you must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed. I am curious what that, kanji means. I bet it's like justice or something. Oh yeah, 100%. Like the 3D Ace Attorney games on the 3DS, and I think they had one on the DS? I could be wrong about that. We're all really good. As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the various highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? Yo, God, that would be hard to play on stream. Because I have to figure out how to play it, get my 3DS hooked up to like the Elgato or something, and then play it through that. Or, you know, find a workaround. That's something we can experiment with later. Yes, Your Excellency. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. My competence? What does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Okay, good. I wanted to double check, but yeah, you can all see the words. All you guys can't see is like the option for options. Everything's good. So, let's start with the very simplest of questions. Yes. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I care to remember. But, wait. I'm so nervous, I can't even remember that! What was it again? Ryunosuke? Let me guess. Their mind's gone blank. You know me so well. All the relevant information with this case can be found in the court record. But I can't even find that! It's simple. You can access the court record with the press of R1. If you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. Look for the court record? Alright, there's no time to lose. Proof that I'm a student at Imperial Yume University. I always wear it on the collar of my jacket uniform. Here we go. You'll find details about the victim in here. When you're done, just press 0 to go back. My best friend, despite being a student, qualified defense lawyer as well. Medical professor at the Imperial Yume University, he's an authority in the forensic medicine and Kazuma's mentor. Takatsuchi Auchi would appear to have little love for the changes the Cultural Reformation has brought about. Yeah, your whole family line is cursed to always lose. John H. Wilson. Damn, I can't believe we killed Herlock Sholm's freaking assistant. Of medicine at Yume University from the British Empire. Yeah, I would not be surprised if that's supposed to be Watson and we just killed him. John H. Wilson. Everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Now, you better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the people section of the court record, then press triangle to present.
Yes!
Yes! The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to Yume University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. Remind of Twitter next time. Wow, you're mean today. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. But yeah, I'll remember to poke you about the Twitter thing next time. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. I had a whole foot long today. I'm on that 12-inch energy. Dang, you got that hungry. Delicate circumstances. The blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. And you are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yume University, are you not? Murdering professor for the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor? I didn't do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. Hold up, I want to check. Death occurred at a little after 2 p.m. and was caused by a blast of blood from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. Your tits are bitchy, I promise. Fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma. No exit wound. Bullet did not pass through body. Always good to read the post-mortem report. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. In other words, a feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. A government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. Fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Yep, we heard this part. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high class. Yep, I heard this part. He left the British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think. It's incredible to think! Exactly. Wait. I've seen that man in university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still. I should go and say hello. So I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death. Death? Well, obviously, that was, Inosuke. Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. But how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present.
Yes!
Well... I like that he's just scanning through it. For his documents, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma. Learn to read, you imbecile! That's the post-mortem report, I take it. Sorry, yes, that's right. The, post-mortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later. This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. Wait, that would mean it was point blank, right? If there's like an actual scorch mark. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range. Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. The photographic print of the victim has been entered in the court record. So that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. It's really superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible. Very well. I am satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial. Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to better appraise the court with the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. This is it, then. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. Professor? You mean Dr. Mikotoba? Yes. Clearly, you're a defense lawyer today, not me. But that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Of course! When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe, but... Any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of advice is... rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Won't you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first? No. It is very important. Oh shit, we got a waiter. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please. Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonoga. I am the head waiter at a Western-style restaurant called La Carnival. Oh shit. Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. Okay, starting off with crazies. Well, it really should. As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, an Occidental eatery, 3 days ago. Understood. Hosonaga-san, you will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. At once, sir. And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please. Perspiring maybe, but aspiring? It was just after 2 p.m. the day in question. We have few diners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied. That fits in with my memory too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. There's one in the kitchen putting away crockery, cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what had happened. Found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. Standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student.
Yes!
Hold on, let me just clarify something here. While I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him.
Objection!
I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur. But the next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, Defendant Naruhodo. Don't worry, Yunosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. For now, you must just quietly listen to the witness. But may confirm one point later. Standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today. Yes, without question. I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim? No, there was no one else around that table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Wait, what did he just say? Hold up, gonna double check. Wait, that immediately contradicts what he said. There was no one else around that table. What's the matter, Yunosuke? That's just not right. I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello. Oh shit, we got a lady. There was a woman sitting opposite to him at his table. Really? That's not something the waiter would have missed. Warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do? Yeah, this is not a useless interjection.
Yes!
Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table. Dear me. What are we going to do with you? Your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all? But I'm sure of what I saw. Hosonaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy. No, the deceased gentleman came to dine alone. Believe it. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please, have a look if you'd like to. Let me see. A sketch of the establishment is yourself, I presume. That's right. I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter. Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Well, is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Oh shit. The waiter's business card has been entered into the court record. The court has now heard a process of this case. Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant. The only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. See, we're looking at a black and white case here. Let's see. Oh, I was hoping that I could, like, switch. Okay, so kitchen, entrance. Let's see, 1, 2. I believe it's one important question is which door did he exit from? So let's see, we have a gunshot wound, wine, a steak dinner. Oh, we'll see. Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you. In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I call this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of this case in court. Wait, he was unsworn? No, if you look at the, business card, if he's to be trusted, there are 3. Here, here, and here. So that means he could have exited here, where he would have been able to see this. Exited here, where it would have been slightly cut off. We have to exit here and turn up here. So, depending on where he was, it could have been very easy for whoever else was there to hide. Yeah, from the kitchen. But we'll see how it goes. The prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. What do you think I should do, Kazuma? What do you mean? Well, I'm going to be found guilty on one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual, about these peculiarities. You said it, Professor Mikotoba said it, so has the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it? What? The accused is in fact innocent, and the defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke. Yeah! The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Then we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is. Indeed. Prosecutor Aochi, please continue with proceedings. Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. The prosecution calls its next witnesses. Very well. Officer, bring forth the witnesses at once. Oh yeah, don't we recognize the old man being there? Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court. Yes, sir. The Great Nippon's Imperial Army Sergeant Iyesa Nosa, reporting for duty, sir. Myself, I find employ as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the effluences of our nation Nippon, and conduct my trade from Rasute, a humble premises in the 2nd District. Kiyoria Yorikuta, at your service. Man's built like a beanpole. An antique jeweler and a soldier. What an unusual pairing. Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question. It must be the diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned. Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question. Always post noon. and not infrequently converse with the interested parties regarding the curious with which I make my business. I can't understand a word that old man is saying. He's saying that he likes to drink tea and talk to people. He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at La Carnival. He likes to go in there afternoon. He accepts potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets La Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer. Now, we both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct? Affirmative. The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir! It was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearms, sir! This man's as impossible to understand as the other. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. Oh yeah, there was like a baby cry or something. So this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You'll state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. Sir, yes, sir. Yep, there it is again. He has a baby on his back, doesn't he? Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon. Alright. I was ingesting a regulation beef steak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Oh, he changed pots. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. He was trying to sell a gold statue or something. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Wait! We already have a contradiction! On my hands and knees, investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio. I already know a contradiction. Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment. Saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. That wicked university cadet, sir. The cruel and unforgivable enemy. Oh, now he has a knife! What times we live in where an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day. But this is ridiculous! I didn't shoot anyone! Is that really true, Ryunosuke? Yes, all I did was pick up the gun that was lying on the floor. After I said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then, when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant. But I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down, and just as I was picking it up... Well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was. There is? Ryunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witness. Do it now! As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It is time to bring the despicable student to justice. Certainly, the testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of the...
Yes!
I like raising his hand. When the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst. The defense demands its right to a cross-examination. Dear me, dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic. How do you know? The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defense obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
Objection!
The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Oh. So commanding. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witness. Alright, this is where the battle really begins for Yunosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witness's statements. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means that soldier said it has to be a lie. Yes, but it's just a case of proving it. And the key to doing that is evidence. Right. Yeah, I already have an idea of what it is. Now let's go, Ryunosuke. Don't let them beat you. I like that, just like... I like the very light slap. Let's see...
Yes!
I have no idea what you're talking about. A Koban boy? You mean an old Edo coin? The day prior to the incident, a treasure of exceptional value from the Hoei period entered my possession. Okay, so this might be important. I took myself to the restaurant the following day. The said item secreted in my bosom pockets. And the hope of an affluent cognoscente appraised of its indisputable value being present. Let me sell your Koban coin? Sergeant Nosa, whom you met at the restaurant. Yes, yes, it's quite clear where you're going with this, boy. You are about to assert that a penniless soldier would have no hope of pursuing you. What? No! Oh. You little upstart cadet! You wouldn't add disrespecting a superior officer to your list of crimes, do you? Blatant subordination! No, I didn't say anything. Penniless might be just the word I was looking for. In any case, the hour was already advanced beyond that of the midday luncheon. There remained precious few presents with whom I could engage in discourse about matters of business. A gentleman assigned me, who was grappling with his braised veal at the time, was my sole prospect. I see. At the precise moment a firearm discharged, I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. Yeah, let's press this,
Yes!
just in case. So this black uniformed university cadet, you're saying that was... I've had just about enough of your sauce, cadet. Black uniform, hmm? I like that phrase, I've had enough of your sauce. Well, there's someone standing right next to me who fits the description as well, but... It was you little weasel. You unloaded the firearm on that man. Behind his back, and you call yourself a citizen of the great empire of Nippon? You disgust me. What is it, Ryunosuke? I'm not quite sure. It's something that the sergeant just said, but I can't put my finger on it. In that case, check back over the details of the evidence you gathered in the court record. Don't hold back. Present the evidence to the court. Thrust it in the witness's face and make him choke on it. Please, investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio. Let's see.
Yes!
Yeah! Oh shit. You sweating? Silence. What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Thrusting this wad of papers in my moustache. Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes. There's a clear inconsistency here. What nonsense? What can this document possibly tell us that we don't already know? Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth. Oh, hold up. Oh. Yeah. Let's see, let me quickly start that time. There we go. Alright. That there is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom. This is so frustrating. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court. Zuma, what? What are you talking about? It's apparent from a single glance at the post-mortem report presented by the defense that there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement. What? Sergeant Ayesa Nosa. Wait, Ayesa Nosa. Yes, sir, no, sir. Yes, sir, what, sir? The statement that you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian and ran back the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir.
Yes!
But no, that just can't be. And why not, cadet? Cause, as it clearly say in the postmortem report, fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma. No exit wound. Bullet did not pass through the body. The photographic print of the victim clearly shows the same thing. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, behind. That is obviously the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? Baby! Well, just shoving the baby back. What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but pushed it down again. Certainly, there is a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be the indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious La Carnival steak. Sir! What? The last testimony the court heard was proven one thing beyond all recognizable doubt. The witness, Sergeant Iesa Nosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all. That's absurd! I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. Damn! Ah! There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial, just for that one discrepancy. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. But I definitely saw him! The university cadet there. He was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back.
Yes!
But I never fired the gun. I just picked it off the floor. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either. Myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. treasure? Yeah, he was looking for his gold curio. Indeed, the Hoei-era Koban, my prized coin! On each occasion when I visit that restaurant, it is my habitude to place in my bosom pocket a particular trinket of interest from my shop, Rasute. Hope of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you. On the day under scrutiny, it was to the military man that I proffered my Hoei treasure. Believed that he would be purchased such a rare find, I did not. But I was presented with little alternative. And then, after averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, it was there no more. It simply vanished. The Koban vanished? Hunting around under the table, I was, in case mayhap it had fallen there. And then it happened. You heard the gunshot, you mean? Indeed I did, but he did not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded Hoei treasure. Nothing could distract me! Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? No. I see. That lamentable day, the precious Hoei Koban was lost to me. No doubt, some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prized coin for himself. As I am sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British, it would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Aochi? Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger to the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back. My witnesses have further testimony to make. Explain. Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Very well. The court invites the witness to testify again. He will thoroughly explain the reason behind the prosecution's allegations. Is that clear? As clear as clerical glass, Your Excellency. Yes, sir. At once, sir. Awaiting signal to testify, sir. Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think. Affirmative. The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name, Ido. Seems those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Ido. Attention! Your father is about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy. Baby. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was, that young lad in black. That much I myself did see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out. These testimonies are certainly compelling. Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all. Please, enough of these outbursts already. There was a young woman at this table. Seen her. Everyone there must have seen her.
Objection!
When you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. It's evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact. Scene of the crime, counsel? Okay, but when was it? Wait! Wait. Are we sure that's... Wait, okay. So that one has bite marks along the edges. Oh wait, that's... It could be the same steak. It grows. As plain to see, there's only one place set. Certainly, based on the appearance of this print. It would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. Sense. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record. Understand. What's going on here? The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. Wait! Where were they seated? That's true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with them. It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies that we have just heard leave no further room for doubt. These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. Think he is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. I think that I, Tekatsuchi Aochi, will have contributed to the amity of those two great empires in honor. How can this be happening? Great rule. Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. What? If what you say is true, that there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination. Do it. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick. Understood? Rules can be so unbending at times. Alright, before we go with this cross-examination, I need to do something right quick. Alright. I shall be right back. Right here. Alright, I'm back. I'm back. Hold up. And boop. Yeah, let's go. Sorry to leave everybody in silence. It's almost the same thing. You're lucky the court waits.
Yes!
Nah, they were all in. It's not the same thing at all. For a start, I didn't fire that gun. Opinion on that. The opinion of a uniformed officer versus that of a fledgling cadet. Don't think so. Try this, defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked. Did you? Did you see it? Did you see me blink? How could I? Yeah, it is an undeniable fact that I did blink. So there you have it. What? Attention! The firearm rang in my ears at the very next moment. Saw you waving the gun at the Englishman. I think that says it all, don't you? Let's not forget that the antiques dealer witnessed the accused in the most incriminating position as well.
Yes!
Gotta press everything. Yes, it may be true that I was holding the gun at that point in time. That's not because I picked it up off the floor. Only way you could explain it away. The coffee, and I was about to leave the restaurant when... I noticed a gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up. So, where's the gun? Like, that has to be in evidence, right? Oh, life. Sorry, what do you mean? In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated the testing predicament. Whereas conversely, I failed to pick up the Koban from the floor and find myself in an equally testing predicament as a result. Anyway, the fact remains. Myself, I did see you. With pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises that confirmed that we were the only personnel present.
Yes!
You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's stable. There was a lady there.
Attention!
As you have been at pains to point out time and again, I feel I'm growing callous in my ear. Ugh. Wait, there have been more people dining there at the time. Wait, they said there were 3 occupants. Or like 3, it was like 3 occupants or 3 tables full. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. That quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. Of course the place was almost empty. It's what you'd expect. Here nor there in terms of a time to eat. Why the victim was eating at that time of day, and why he was alone. Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason. There was? This was found in the victim's jacket pocket. Which pocket? What is that, Counsel? It is a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at his clinic prior to visiting the restaurant. Hoda Clinic? Yes, there would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. 19th of November, noon to past 1 p.m. Very day of the incident. So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case. What do you think, Ryunosuke? Well, it is hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. Yes.
Yes!
If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency. On what grounds? The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to this arrival to the restaurant are of no concern.
Objection!
Whether or not they are concerned is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues. I beg your pardon? You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well, the court will grant the defense's request. Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's a most disturbing trend. Wow, things don't really change that much, do they? The more things change, the more they stay the same. But I won't say too much about that. Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. What we need right now is the new clues. These from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Right, I hear you. You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. Or perhaps you'd forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. You damn emo kids and your movable type! Karatuka-san. He was dining all by himself. Okay, so Wait. So... which pocket was it? Wait, okay. Glass empty. Glass has water in it. But where would I present that?
Yes!
Actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? That I did. Forgive me for the position I place you in. So the testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? Not forget the incontestable evidence we had to support their statements as well. Wait a minute, I think there was something else. Single beef steak on the victim's table. A meal for one. No. The antiques dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. It's not possible that they're all lying. But if so, then why? I have absolutely no idea. Let's see, I think there's something else. Could it possibly be the same table? So the picture this shows contradicts what they said. Let's see. Did I already press this one? I think I did. Yeah, that's where we had the discussion about the time.
Yes!
Why aren't you telling the truth? What? What did you say, Cadet? I feel to remember. There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. That's one of you might have noticed. But for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion? Possible. Unfortunately for you, Defendant Naruhodo, it's not just a case of these two witnesses alone. Sorry? The The waiter, whose testimony the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. It's alone. That's right. Precisely. In other words, you're the sole proponent of this phantom lady. But if such a woman were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof. And if no such proof exists, the prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman be made. Court's time. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. We've gleaned some new information now. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. Any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before. This? Yes, this is a brand new piece of evidence. Perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. How exactly? Okay, so I was supposed to do this. Examine. Press X and you can take a closer look at the piece in question. I couldn't do that before. Oh, I can turn it! Rotate the evidence in all directions and examine it from all angles. You can move the crosshairs around to hunt for clues that may have been missed before. Got that RE system. The crosshairs start to pulsate. Press X to investigate further. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. See if there isn't something new to be learned by examining it in more detail. Alright, I'll see what I can do. X, to inspect any areas of the evidence that look suspicious. Required for every visit. It says Hoda Clinic on this medical report card. I hate clinics almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries. Aren't they all the same? When I was 5, I caught the only cold I've ever had in my life. I remember, even though I felt awful already, I had to have this hideous injection in my right arm. Ugh, I'll never forget it. Never in my whole life. Most people would give their right arm to have had only one cold in their whole life. Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. We don't want to miss anything. It looks like this medical report card was first issued quite some time ago. It's for a record of long-term treatment. That's why, with the family doctor, I imagine. I can't imagine. Going to a doctor, I mean. As long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting one. Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point. So, you don't like doctors, then? Why would you? They make you drink horrible-tasting medicine. They give you painful injections. Then they demand lots of money from you for the privilege. All when you're at your lowest ebb. You sound like a model patient. It's a bad case of stubbornness, no less, for which the only cure is very bitter medicine indeed. Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, and there's an entry for the day before the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before the incident, he'd had a bad tooth removed. Professor used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain. Ah, there's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure, until anesthetic effects have passed. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. Yep, this is important. Information. This one particular statement totally changes. Okay, so we weren't supposed to glean anything yet. I know where to present this. Alright, let's see. Imperial. Simple Yume University. Every student wears this pin with pride. It's funny, but most emblems seem to be either round or rectangular. I like the spike design, even though it doesn't really make any sense. Well, it does cause problems. Lots of students end up cutting their fingers on their badges. Because it was the idea of one of the founders. A sharp pin for a sharp mind or something. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation. Oh. Well, that's unexpected. What is? Look, do you see it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga. Well, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected. It's his job title. His job? Oh! Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division. Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector? What on earth? I have no idea. But let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence, but they're wielding it somehow here. Oh shit. See? I knew I had to investigate that.
Yes!
Yes! Well, I think, what about what are you wittering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer? I wish I could. But first and foremost here, I'm the accused. Yunosuke? Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I can see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. When you raise your hand straight up like that, so purposefully, you knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. You're full of shit! Korakuta-san, this is a medical report card belonging to the victim. Ah, I see. And I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement, something clearly doesn't add up.
Objection!
Dear me, have you forgotten my word so soon, you amateur? Sorry, what? You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel. But let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant. But that's, Remember, Ryunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point. Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There's surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witness testimonies the court has heard have been clear and concise. The medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for this simple reason that there's no one else besides this pale-faced pupil who could possibly have perpetrated the crime. Yeah, he did it! This medical report card has nothing to do with the case. Do you really believe that? What? That outburst has petrified me, boy! Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant? Perhaps because Hauda Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic. A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me? Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted. What's this now? And furthermore, if I told you that as a result, the victim had been forbidden from eating. Just what are you trying to say, cadet? He had orders not to eat? So what? It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off. What? No, that can't... Korakuta-san. What, boy? What? As you just heard, when he was killed, sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No. Additionally, there's more. You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. That cannot possibly be the case. Because the victim, as we know now, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of anesthetic. Ah! Expertly done, partner. Yeah!
Objection!
What is this nonsense, you little upstart? These are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table.
Objection!
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic? How dare you! I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned. Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke? Yes, most definitely. So having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who, in fact, was eating the pictured beef steak? The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel. Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it? Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of your turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it. So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been... an as yet unknown third party would probably be it. Obviously, it can only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table. Let this go, will you? There was no such person! There was, because I saw her! When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Me! And it was good! Now we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial. Relentlessly. Kazuma, are you insane? You would take on the government? Hell yeah! Rise up! Don't worry, counsel. I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have issue with them. Those two witnesses in the stand. What are you talking about? I demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out that the two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously you'll be charged with perjury. Perjury? And, since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing. Complicit in murder? No! Hold it! Negative! There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. I was just following orders. That's right, as the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they told us. Oh. What? What did you just say, Korakuda-san? Oh, no. You were just following orders? No, hold on, lad. I was, Say you never saw the gentlewoman? When you say gentlewoman, do you mean... you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What?
Objection!
What? What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you pair? Oh shit. Just one. Just one simple slip of the tongue! Order! Order! Counsel! Explain what is going on here! It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth! Absolutely not! The prosecution knows nothing of this! Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut? Well, that's classified! So you're prepared to be tried as conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening! Ryunosuke, judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Aochi has any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. The government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, any ideas about who might be behind this? Confirm we tried to silence these witnesses, and we can continue our pursuit. I know who it is! Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Whoever it was really did wield his or her power here. Possibly. Remember how we made progress before? We extended this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We examined everything and make sure there's nothing we missed. There's time to lose. I want answers! If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe. Please, wait, Your Excellency! I have no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god! Dang, every single one. Nothing. What does the defense have to say about all this? Well, Your Excellency. No time to think. I'm just going to have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes into my head. Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses...
Yes!
Satoru Harusa. Well, surely that would be... Satoru Hasunaga-san. Hasunaga-san? The waiter who took the stand earlier?
Objection!
Poppycock! What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter cannot possibly have that level of influence. For once, I would agree with you. If, that is, the man truly were a waiter. What? If he truly were? Come on, Ryunosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth. The truth about Satoru Hasunaga-san's real identity.
Yes!
The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question? I agree it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can include anything. Sorry, Your Excellency, that's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest. Beg your pardon? Or perhaps I should have said the front. Yes, the front. It's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is. Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? Hasunaga-san sketched the plan of this restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession. His true profession. His profession? That's surely... Good gracious! That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. What?! The waiter is... a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before? Also, I'm gonna apologize right now, like, with mouth movements and all that, and my character not blinking. For some reason, my character just refuses to blink. Unless I, like, close my eyes for, like, a full second. Imperial Police Bureau has immense power. Absolute power as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses there in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? The sheer focus on this lady! Well... Oh shit. He's back! Inspector Hosonaga! I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized there was a possibility. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Yes, I remember now. Judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake. So, you mean to say you really are a detective? But why would the detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Of course! Your salary must be... I was working undercover. That your salary must be terrible! Undercover? Actually, like, give me a second. Let me see if I can fix this. Boop. Alright. I really should get the plugin that makes it so you guys can't see the whole thing. Alright. Should be fixed now. Alright, yeah, it should be good now. I'm back. Yeah. Oh. There we go. Yes, there have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can say categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga, but you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would also have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner, therefore I'm led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you required these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable! As I suspected. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady, whom I guessed to be an English woman. So the truth comes out. I merely sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the Bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say, remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if this Englishwoman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect. Well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. But it's not right! Oh shit. One possibility... Sorry about that. One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazuma? Yuma University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain. Thank you. I'm fairly certain that one of them, studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory. is a young English woman. What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean... When I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. And the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The English woman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Giselle Brett. Or is this gonna be pronounced like Miss Jezebel? Giselle Brett. Where's the... This is a frickin' Ace Attorney game. There's a pun in there somewhere. She is indeed a foreign student, studying in the research laboratory of Yume University's medical facility. What is happening here? I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene, and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to your excellency to decide how to deal with this situation. Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
Objection!
But, Your Excellency! Only missing the new deadline of a ruling in order to send a telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions. Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes, sir? You will locate this Giselle Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency. But that means you'll be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau. As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So, it won't be a problem? Nothing will get in my way. You really need to get that checked out, my man. Court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student, Giselle Brett, to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear? Yes. Your Excellency! Good. Now we will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. Yeah, we do the thing. To be continued. Yes. So far, it seems to be doing pretty well with the autosaves, too. 11:38 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature. Defendant's Antechamber. 5. Excellent work, Irinosuke. That was superb. Hold up. I was kind of hoping that would be a way to make it work faster. My heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, look at you in there. You are drenched in sweat. Your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, we started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it, it's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at last. Miss Giselle Brett, a student from Great Britain. Is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start! Dr. Wilson wasn't alone! There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along! Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but in my prioritization of one thing I am sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, I seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself. Down on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, there was a gun lying on the floor. And just after I bent down and picked it up, bang! Trying to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The wind ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet. And he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. Well done, both of you. Professor Mikotoba. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy. Our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I want to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life, I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyways. What? What are you saying, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma? Well then. It looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes, you need to prove your innocence, and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. But he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did he know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMA. It was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're going up against. A gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I have no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight, right to the last. Best of luck. Thank you! Now then. I need you to run an errand at the university at once. It's something I think we may need. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama. Defendant Naruhodo, court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow. Before those old fossils know what hits them. Kazuma. What? Thank you. Really? What for? Well, if you haven't said you believed in me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already have been found guilty by now. Look, I have my faith in you. As a lawyer, and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this is just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Yeah, let's not do autoplay. I gotta make sure I can read it. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. Hold up. What is sukiyaki? Sukiyaki. What is sukiyaki? Sukiyaki is a popular Japanese hot pot dish that is often prepared and served at the table. It consists of meat which is slowly cooked or simmered at the table alongside vegetables and other ingredients. A shallow iron pot in a mixture of soy sauce, sugar, and mirin. Okay, yeah, that shit looks good. Okay, it's like a big ol' hodgepodge of stuff. Just cooked in a big old pot with broth. Yeah, that's good. I'd eat it. I'd eat some sukiyaki. An extra large portion, of course. God damn, we're past the deadline. The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Aochi, have you managed to subpoena the witness? Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government. Sorry. Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about. It's highly unlikely that good relations we forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. But you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation founders... Flounders, probably. Again, terribly sorry. If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke. What do you mean? As a secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England? Shut up, you jumped up rookie boy! You and your friend know nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. Align yourselves with this great world power won't become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures. I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student, and one who could arguably study harder, too. Standing here now in our Supreme Court, there is one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth of its justice system is a country with no future at all. Damn! Well said, Ryunosuke, despite the wide-eyed look of terror. You little brats! Thank you, Counsel. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system, and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with a new witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett. Yes. Your Excellency! God damn! That is a hat! Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman, Japan, from such a distant land. Tea! Someone bring English tea. In England, no discussions take place without tea. Is that true? No idea. So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court? Of course. My name is Satoru Osanaga. I have been working undercover as the head waiter at La Carnival, but my... Yes, we know about you already! Inspector Osanaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh, yes, I think I did, didn't I? Your description of this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Yunosuke. Powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty. So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please. Dang, don't want her eyes shown. Why the fuck is this lady speaking in cursive? I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but... What? Lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student, currently enrolled in UMA University's medical facility. Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. Loshi speaks. Yeah, same here. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird song. What if she just had a Cockney accent? As far as I can tell, the detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. Haha. You obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. English doesn't rally you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke. Oh yeah, they would all be speaking Japanese, wouldn't they? She would way worse if she spoke in gutter. Instead of cursive, it's just frickin' wingdings. Now, if it may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called La Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? She says, yes. This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese? She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting, when you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau. Well, now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Apparently it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. To mean to say, yes, it would appear that the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. I am a fan of the full petticoat, though. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement. Well, looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor wasn't able to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beefsteak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. This is a condemning testimony indeed. No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all. Quiet, you filthy wretch! Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard, and look at this snow-white angel. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe. You're still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. There's a lesson you need to learn. But he's so annoying! Of course, I was at the scene as well. They took statements from this lady and the 2 witnesses who testified before, and reported back to the bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. Testimonies of the last 2 witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so. On the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. You can see, there's nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm. I can imagine at least 3 places. Maybe 4 if we count each swan wing as an individual part. The swan is a rifle. I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden the weapon can be shown. This is moot. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are the witness's own words on the matter. She could hide it in her hat, she could hide it in her freaking hair curls. This is Ace Attorney logic. Like, it could be hidden anywhere. If I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could... No, Ryunosuke! Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke. If I did buy the gun I picked up, there must have been another gun there that day. You're right about that, which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. She could hide a freaking smile in that ass area. The sneaky smile. Let's make a cross-examine the witness. Oh, yes, Your Excellency.
Yes!
I just like it's yes. After 2 p.m., in fact. That's really quite a late lunch, isn't it?
Objection!
You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late lunches are en vogue, isn't that right? No. I like this, just a very fancy, just no. Decisive English no has quite a sting to it. Yes, it does. Especially when it's a British no, just no. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. On the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove with the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, that all makes perfect sense. That's wonderful logic. What a shining example of English intelligence. Jelly beans! English intelligence, this fine gentlewoman is. Always happens when there's a game with a lot of dialogue I need to read. So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next? The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only. A beef steak.
Yes!
Gotta press everything. He was unable to eat, you say. And that was because he just had a tooth removed at Hada Clinic, correct? You ain't getting in her busty, bro. Chill. That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She'd heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. Does that would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here? Is that right, Miss Brett? So, when was these pictures taken? The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. exactly as it was left? Dear me, what a harrowing experience. To have traveled to a distant island on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all? That's right, other than some carbonated water. Just water? Yes, the professor wasn't able to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. They each raised a glass of carbonated water. What do you think, Ryunosuke, about the witness's last statement? Last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case. Well, well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing, Think. The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Well, sidestep, counsel. Very well. Miss Brett, kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony. I like that the mask smiles too. That's a great addition. Gladly, she said. I'm going to remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Ryunosuke. I ordered a beefsteak for myself, and the professor and I said cheers over a glass of carbonated water.
Yes!
I never got into an argument with the professor. All I did when I noticed him was go over to say hello. Please don't get angry with me. No, I wasn't directed and retort at you. It was meant for the lady next to you. Anyway, as I said, I did not argue with the professor. I'm afraid your words are in vain. Sorry? Miss Brett does not appear to speak Japanese. No, of course not. Japanese is such a cumbersome language anyways. English is the future. We must all speak English. God. Someone had to type that out. Someone in Capcom's English department had to type out that phrase. God dang. I wonder if the prosecution will feel that way forever, or only in the presence of a beautiful woman, Well, that beautiful woman is telling blatant lies with a completely straight face. Supiku. Anyway, it seems that after the argument, the accused briefly returned to his own seat. That part ties in with what you said, doesn't it? Yes, I still had some coffee to drink. And the next time you got up after that, then I finished my coffee and stood up to leave. There's that smile again.
Yes!
Okay, I was right. There's only one glass there. That's it! Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. Oh! It's a raid! It's a circus raid! The spot is on you now. Hey! Thank you for the raid, Hita Fire Charmer. Woo! And thank you for the follow, too. I hope everyone's enjoying the stream so far. Currently going through the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, the first game, and you're getting here right when things spice up. Yep. The Justice! And me trying to do voices. Hey! Raphael Chronobelt VTuber. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, so far I hope everyone's enjoying. Because so far I'm definitely enjoying this game. Well, it's odd. Very odd. Yeah, so far, Ryunosuke here has been accused of the murder of... Let me find the right picture. Of this man, John H. Wilson, while they were dining at a small restaurant called Le Carnaval. Yeah, we were playing GAA as well. Oh, okay, so they're probably caught up then. Yeah, so yeah, I hope you enjoy more mystery then. Dear me, what's odd is the defense's inability to express itself. Ryunosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers. The cheers? Oh, awesome. Are you at the last case of the first one or the second one? Oh, so are you guys gonna do any of the second one? Nice. Have you done any of the bonus cases? I saw that was a thing. We have been voicing the game for quite some time ourselves with our group. Oh, that's awesome. It's only me. I don't know, maybe I'll gather some people to do the rest. Depends on how much I feel about it. But if that's true... Thank you. You got about one brain cell in this stream, so sorry if puzzles compound us, lol. Exactly, me and Yang share the same brain cell. And currently I'm holding it. There should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. Ah! Oh shit. You're quite right, Council. There's only 1 glass picture here.
Objection!
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutiae? Hey, Jiyuma! Thank you for the follow. What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on the case?
Objection!
Minutiae, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Yeah, there's a lot of dialogue, so I found myself looking for... when I wanted to stream this. Yeah, that's super fair. But I do enjoy doing the voices. It's fun. Plus, gives you some practice to try and, differentiate things. Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. Woo! But yeah, I've always enjoyed the Ace Attorney games. There should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you going to try to tell me you can clink with only 1? I mean, someone could have just picked up the bottle and clinked it against the other person's glass. You're quite right. It only took 2 glasses to the table. Oh, shoot. Actually, I wonder what her profile says. Giselle Brett. I am wondering if there's a pun in her name. Because the closest I can get is Jezebel, but I'm not sure if that's it. She has become one of my faves now, though. Oh, that's awesome. I'm happy to hear it. Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was all so terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all, she's saying. Good gracious! Also, I will say I do love the... Sorry. There! As I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all. Oh, please. We must remember that this student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before our very eyes. You can blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in her state of disarray. That's absurd! Oh, really? So do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, and beautiful woman of mischief? But yeah, not sure if you've ever played it, Hida. But just from what I've seen in a few memes I've noticed, I think that Herlock Sholmes and Date from AI the Somnium Files would get together wonderfully. Haven't even got to his parts yet, but I feel like they would get together well. What? No. This can't be put down to mischief. Possibly. Like, they both got the same energy from what I've seen. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. So she had a handbag that could easily hold a gun. I played with a mod that reverts all the names to their OG names of the GP version. Oh, that's awesome. I'm playing on the PS4 version. So Sholmes is Holmes and such. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yes, Your Excellency. A small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. So, the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end it comes to nothing. But yeah, like, changing Holmes to Sholmes was a weird change, but it doesn't really affect too much. No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already. Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. But she gave us other evidence. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? Well, I don't know really. I want to pursue this matter further. You're going to need to show what it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. There's a deeper significance there. It was a change to make it possible for localization. Sherlock Holmes was not fully into the public domain yet. Yeah, that's fair. Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say? Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items. Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But, what she forgot to mention was her handbag, in which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right! Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that, too. What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? It's really very simple. A gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. They did the same thing with JoJo's. I can get that. Sholmes from the Lupin novels was just got into that domain, which led to his localization. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Oh, I like your little icon too, it's adorable. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. A true murder weapon, if you will. You can't seriously be suggesting. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir. I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. No! Oh yeah, random question. Any idea what the symbol on the prosecutor's fan is? What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The meaning of what, Prosecutor Ouchie? Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations. Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Kazuma? My man just ate the bullet. Well, what a sorry situation. Surely you have no faith in the police. I mean, right now you kinda sus. As I said, I did not search a lady's handbag after the shooting. Simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. this photographic print. Oh. Wait. What the hell? Okay. Photograph that I thought would be prudent to make immediately after shooting. To take, sorry. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Well, I'd never. You can see right through to what's inside. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san. Wah! Order! Order! Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. Just Miss Brett's handbag on the chair by the victim's table. I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness counsel. Let's see, can I examine it now? Yeah, there's definitely something about that bull mark. Because that is on this plate. So that's either some sort of impression or a burn mark. But I might be getting ahead of myself, so let's see. The court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance, I am satisfied there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Indeed, and there's only one logical conclusion. That the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime. No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around. I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. I really should get like some voice mod kind of stuff. To at least add echoes and stuff. Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it? Chishuhu. Must say you put up quite a fight for a rookie student, but the weak are meat while the strong eat. You're wasting your time. There is no way to defeat true justice. Oh, the voice thing? I did buy a thing for, like, voice stuff, but I haven't had a chance to, like, really mess with it. I have to do that someday, maybe soon. It'd be fun to have a stream where I just mess around with it, see what happens. I also need, like, a stream deck kind of thing, but, that's later. A fact you can chew on to your heart's content. From the inside of your cell. This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma. His dream of going to study in Great Britain was slipped through his fingers. But yeah, like, it'd be fun just for, like, voice effects. Not even, like, fully changing my voice. Because if I tried that, it can work, but it takes a lot of messing around with it and can be kind of unreliable. What? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest. Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Very well. I will now proceed immediately to the ruling. It seems you'll be able to report to the British government on time after all. That smug little... Ryunosuke Naruhodo, having considered all of the evidence placed before me, I hereby
Yes!
Wait! Your Excellency! Ryunosuke? I don't think you can rule on this case yet.
Objection!
This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Yes!
Oh, this is the first time we've gotten a good look at it. I like his, like, half-glove thing. I've always been a fan of those. Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. No, that means that if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, I mean, then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question.
Objection!
This is blatant straw clutching. Look at the photographic print. All this shows is the handbag the gentleman was carrying on the day in question. There'd be no problem with this evidence. You better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. I mean, I'm going to jail if I'm wrong either way. So, like, may as well go for a Hail Mary. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the current scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag. Ha! My thoughts exactly! To answer you earlier, the famed Aochi carry had the kanji, which means sin, crime, punishment, guilty, in that trend. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I thought it meant like something like justice. It seems like that kind of kanji. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes. Yes, I am desperate. This isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. Later, he carries the pen with the kanji. Punishment penalty. Oh, okay, I'll make sure to look out for that. Very well. I will grant the defense one final opportunity. What? But be warned that if I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. So, take another look at the photographic print Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. To identify for the court where in this print we see the significant detail to which you have alluded. Let's see, just to make sure it doesn't change at all. Okay. Let me make sure I have it right.
Yes!
Look at this, here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. Looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Dear me, I was probably what new piffle you would come up with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? Clearly that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag. Yes, that is a burn mark. You're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report. What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? No possible way of knowing either. Yes, we do. The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Achi points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, we cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. It was like a moo cow. Yeah, exactly. I already pointed this one out. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the dean and other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now. Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway. What's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with the case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. If I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging, in the hope that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. I am? If we can just link that burn to the case, if we can do that, we might be able to prise the shutting door back open again. Just give up, Counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that. Indeed. I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. But if we had evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it? I would, yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was a color draining from Miss Brent's face. Really? I had to find some link between the burn and the case. And I know the exact one to show. Moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what that burn really means. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court that demonstrates an intrinsic connection between the victim's burn and this trial.
Yes!
Because that's the one that actually shows the cow. What's this, Counsel? Yet another print? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe the photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore. Do hurry up, Rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further would really be quite inexcusable. Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn? Let's see.
Yes!
The beef steak? Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate? Excellency, are you alright? As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival. The emblem on the plate. Let's see. So, he'd have his hand pretty much on the plate then. The victim's burn are exactly the same shape. Ah! Ryunosuke, you genius! You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But even if that is the case, you can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. Could have been the day before, the day before that. Looks like it happened at some other unrelated time. Well,
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Aochi, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks. Why? The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? Can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. But I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And, although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of La Carnival, I could testify to that without hesitation. But you're a detective, not a waiter! He's both of them!
Yes!
Man's got some legs on him, too. There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. Yet Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream. Not on that day, or any before it. That's right, and the strange thing is, the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antique stealer, all of us, without any question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Aochi? Well, yes, I suppose. So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? Oh shit, I almost don't believe it. Ryunosuke, do you think... Can it really be true? Never dreamed we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but... I'm starting to think that maybe... we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson was already deceased. No man can remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible, apart from in one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting... Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead. Already dead? Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. That's madness! Order, please. Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot. That's right! That's absolutely right, Your Excellency! This is just a ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly has no grasp of the facts.
Objection!
No, Prosecutor Aochi. It's you who has no grasp of the facts. I beg your pardon? As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. Sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement. But, Your Excellency, luncheons are so important! The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. Uh-oh. What was that smile? Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. Aw, shit. Ah, Miss Brett, you speak Japanese? Well, of course I do. I am studying in your country after all. But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. Well, fuck you too, lady! But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level. Well... You are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. I no longer like this woman if she's gonna flat out lie like that. Your language is gutter trash. We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you're so graciously afford us. I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So, we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke. Oh shit. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques would probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. You fucking bitch! That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you. Easy does it. I hope that is the last time I will have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. Bitch, you've insulted everyone! Not at all, not at all. It is a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I was speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. The Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen. The entire country gonna run you for your swan foams. Thanks? Was that a prayer then? Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with the cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, Counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. To be able to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? The full prime up, yes! Yes, Your Excellency. You may proceed with the cross-examination. Let's see.
Yes!
As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water. Is that right? Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at that time, if you remember. Which explains why he ordered that drink. Correct, waiter? Exactly as you say, sir. Although... Whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table... I'm afraid I don't remember that. Damn you. I have enough English to understand, at least. For the benefit of the others in court, it means, bless you. I think it means the exact opposite. Anyway... As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death, like the gunshot. Let me double-check that. Let's see, single bullet fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma.
Yes!
Press. Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma. Yes. Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. Since there were no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death. It can only have been the bullet from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life. That makes sense. The burn must have happened straight away, when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If it had cooled down even slightly, you wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. The victim burned his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen. And he must have already been dead at this point.
Objection!
And yet, the fact is that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Being able to show the court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time. I concur. Prosecutor Aochi is right. Ugh. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me.
Yes!
Without leaving a trace, if someone is shot, or strangled, or stabbed, or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body. Quite right, dear lady. And as our police force are thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Is that right, Inspector Hosonaga? As I've said, always aim for a flawless investigation. That's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh no! Perish the thought! Calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question. On my honor, I, Takatsuki Aochi, will cut down any dare cast such aspersions. There's no trace. We need some evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. So, I do have an idea. Because in this picture, the glass is empty. But in this picture, the glass still has some drink in it. And now the empty glass is in this one. So, I think this has something to do with it.
Yes!
Inferior? The big poisons. In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. In this country, you investigate once, and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right. Le Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly. Which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction...
Wait.
Oh. Oh shit. It doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand? Aha! Killer blow! The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful. Amazing. It's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Aochi is finally starting to see sense. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. A moment before, when something didn't seem quite right. Can I press again? What do you think, Ryunosuke? It's gone terribly. No matter how much I press here, bring up any new information. Yes, as I suspected. She's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over. By the way, there must be some clue somewhere to help us find a chink in her armor. Zuma. What, Ryunosuke? There is one thing I noticed. Something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her. Inspector Hosonaga. The detective? Yes, he seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. If I might present an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. If you think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself. Let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then, I wonder what Kazuma's thinking. Find out soon enough, I suppose.
Yes!
Let's see, pass through this.
Wait.
Yes, there it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? The detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. You're right. Look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. Pursue the man in his train of thought. I'll explain how to do it now, Ryunosuke. It's all to do with the witness marker. What marker? The moment we're focused on Miss Brett. Make the current statement. But by moving the marker left and right, you can turn your attention to other people in the stand. Or looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with X. Right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. Notice the strange atmosphere among the people on the stand. Take a good look around. Yep. Yeah, let's do it. Here we go.
Wait.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Yeah! What is the meaning of this? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts. Deeply. It looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say? If there's something you'd like to say, please, share it with the court.
Objection!
What is the meaning of this? It's a delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over, immediately. Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not. The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in this case. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, yes, if you don't mind. I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I want to have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. A crime scene thief? Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this, for example. Is that... This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming. I guarantee it. I can't say I can condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. Miss Brett. Let's see. The label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. This must be very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. Then go to France and ask. You could just say that you don't know. Let's see. So this carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. A little left in the bottle, although it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going. No, Ryunosuke, you can't do that! For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. Oh no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we? You never cease to amaze me, Ryunosuke. In more ways than one. I wonder, could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You got quiet all of a sudden. I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility. Can you confirm that this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well. Counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. The inspector will kindly control his fervor. Ahem.
Yes!
Yeah! What is this? The bottle of water? Actually, there is one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Poison? On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Oh shit. Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Order! 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 And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who could possibly have done it. Giselle Brett, it was you!
Objection!
This is outrageous! This is just such a thing without a scrap of evidence. You little rookie imbecile, have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we have only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your trash accusation could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Objection!
God, this is gonna be a long series, but I'm happy for it. This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime. What? The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. You are here to determine the truth. Ahem. If I may.
Shut up!
Damn! It is you who should be silent. Of course. Dear lady! Where did that come from? She just snapped. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies. I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring? I described your police force as inferior. But no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigate this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector. And whether it contained poison or not. Of course. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Actually, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And? What did you find, Inspector? Our tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. We can find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? Tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. Okay, but what about the glass? Why did she take the glass? No! I'm very grateful to all of you Japanese. You successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours. Also said in this country, not British. So sure, this can't be right. Everything falls into place if it was poisoned. Could have used that gutter water. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. The prosecution has asserted a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett. Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved. For proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present the court at this point? Kazuma? I do! I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. I have nothing more. Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving.
Hold it!
Oh shit! She back! Please, wait. Isn't that... What is the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Kotoba? Kotoba? In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. God dang! Oh, well, since I started this, I'm going through this until the end. For anybody here, this is going to be my Friday game. Every Friday I have a continuous game, and right now it's the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. And the next one I believe is going to be Ravenlock, because that one looks super good. I like her boots. Well, I understand you are the judicial assistant to the defense, but why the sudden ingress into my courtroom? Ha! A judicial assistant? And a woman, no less. Damn. This man did not take a big drink of his respect whammon juice. The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify. Yes, I fully understand. I asked only for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense. Ha! You're too late, little girl. The trial has already been concluded. 5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more. But, Your Excellency! I'm most grateful. Who exactly are you? I'm sorry, there's no time. Please, simply accept this for now. What is it? A report about something? Written in English? It's Giselle Brett's research. The Englishwoman's? As the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical facility and borrowed this paper. Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So, does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case? I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. Oh, no, of course not. Special characteristics of curare and its effects on human subjects. Curare. Curare? What's that? I never heard that word before. Time's up! The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom. There was too little time for me to read it in detail, but I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it. Wonderful, thank you. Goodbye then, and good luck. poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. Hunters of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses. The above-mentioned effect occurs when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it's believed that the toxin could have applications as an anesthetic. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of the full body paralysis must be found first, or patients would die of suffocation. So we have our answer, at least. You have had long enough, Council. We cannot detain our English guest any longer. I ask the prosecution and defense now one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but... The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency. You've done nothing, my man! Yonosuke, we're out of options here. This really is our very last chance. Yes, I know. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. That look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett? Yes, Your Excellency? If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer. It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid... It's not so very long until tea time. I'll have to politely decline. Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realize it was phrased as a question. However, I must ask you to treat that as an order. I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense. What do you mean? That's exactly what you British people do, too. Apologies, dear lady. So, Counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention?
Yes!
Miss Giselle Brett, I understand you are studying under Dr. Wilson at UMA University, doing research. Research by sheer coincidence, perhaps, into a deadly poison. What? Poison? Where are you going with this, Counsel? A toxin known as Choroi, Your Excellency. In the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death.
Objection!
What? What complete and utter nonsense? Choroi, you say? I never even heard of it. You wouldn't have done. What do you mean? I mean that you wouldn't have heard of Choroi before for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist? Correct. Which means, no matter what test the police could do for toxins, they never identify Choroi. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison. What? Order! 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 Counsel, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report authored by the visiting research student from England, Choroi has long been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists. To lace their arrows? The report states that it is produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle. It was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with Choroi suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett?
Objection!
Trumpery! These aspersions are utter trumpery! Start with, if the victim had been administered some of this so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain, and the other diners would have surely noticed. That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. Didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around. What do you mean, the other way around? The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that Choroi was used. Always gotta explain ourselves, because you don't listen. instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they are in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible! Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with the chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects would go largely unnoticed. I don't follow, Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe, it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration? Breathing. In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. All the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move. That's hideous. To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim itself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly curare poison. Oh shit. And you're suggesting that this bottle, Council, actually contains this terrifying poison?
Objection!
This is all very convenient, isn't it? A hitherto unknown poison for which there is no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense! Ahem. If I may. All these facts, you think you're so clever, but you must be taught some manner. It is you who must be taught. Of course. Dear lady! So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it? What? You steal another's honest hard work and then announce the results if you discovered them? I'm appalled. What a loathsome act. Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual. Whatever do you mean? Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime? That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection!
Enough of this! I, for one, refuse to accept it! The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules! What's so funny? Oh, excuse moi, your excellency. Yes, Miss Brett? May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? Well, yes, I don't see, why not? It was either on the plate or in the glass. I'm calling it. It was either on the plate or in the glass. Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys. Sorry? To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games and these foolish courtroom antics, it's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers. Wait, what are you doing? No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. Again, either in the glass or on that plate. Because it says it requires a wound to get in, correct? Goodness, whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned. Like, let me check that again. The above-mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound. Like, that's very important, not through drinking. So, no curare. The bottle was clean. Is that what you're saying? Ha ha. You look quite incredulous, little boy. But of course, that's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand avenue. Most kind. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett? I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries. Yes, dear lady. We are most gratified with all the assistance you have given. Sense to have been poisoned in that bottle. So how did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? Don't understand it. Well, I suppose there's nothing else. This is the Far Eastern charade. Wait! Wait. It's still in the bottle, but the doctor had a tooth pulled. So there was an open wound on him. There has to have been poison in that bottle. Doesn't there? There can't have been. Because otherwise she would have keeled over dead. Think carefully. Come on, Ryunosuke. We have all the clues now. I have chances. I'm gonna say it contains poison. The culprit did put Choroi poison into Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defendant refuses to change its position. You're serious?
Objection!
Fool! Are you blind? There's no possible way that the bottle could contain poison. I mean, you just saw. Miss Brett drinking the water from it? That's right. Which rather complicates your argument, I think. I believe that complication can be explained. How exactly? I need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. And the evidence we have in the court record somewhere. It has to be. With this claim, then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence.
Yes!
The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research report.
Objection!
That's not a valid explanation. No. After all, we don't speak English. That report is utter gibberish. That impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency. I'm not trying to ridicule anyone. Honest. I'm just reading Susato-san's notes. I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. You'll direct us to the pertinent section, counsel. Here's the alleged answer to this riddle. Let me make sure. Special characteristics. We've been hearing a lot about this Choroi poison. And it's left me curious about something. Oh, counsel? Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years. To lace the heads of the arrows that they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. So we've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat. Get to the point, please. But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters are going to eat? Yes, good point. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because then they'd be eating poison. Good gracious, counsel! No, that would be madness! I actually found the answer to that conundrum. In this research paper here, under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see, that makes sense. Yes, the mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When Choroi enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. What? Miss Brett, you authored this research. You knew Choroi's special characteristics. And you knew that you can make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself. meddling little rapscallion! Damn, she got a living swan for a hat. Or Yunosuke, it turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Wham attack! Really? Me? A lawyer?
Objection!
All this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure. But I can't see how it possibly... So, the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts he read in a book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. What are you trying to say? Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw. Schoolboyish? Flaw? As even your brain has managed to deduce, Choroi is safe to ingest. Seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric substance. Oh, yes, well, of course. Gastric suckers? What are they? So, if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he? No, he has a wound! That's right! Good gracious! That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no? Yeah, just schoolboy derogatory. Order! Order in the court! Order! The logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way. Are you trying to suggest... Yes, this Choroi poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. Come on! That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you can understand something as simple as that. Oh, I think even her mask got, like, extra edge. What is this welling up inside me? I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense. Almost rage-like. More than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey.
Objection!
I love the pull-out. I don't think so, Miss Giselle Brett. How dare you use that tone with me? You know very well that there is no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you. You must provide compelling evidence. And you know that this poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the Choroi?
Take that!
As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two dimers. A fatal difference? The toxic effects of Choroi are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So, for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But... what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water? Inside? Yes, like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you are well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So that's it. You use that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she... laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are also puerile. What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. No! I mean, it could just slip. Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. No! What just happened? The Englishwoman, she just smashed that bottle! Court, what a terrible blunder. Officer, what are you waiting for? Let up as much of the water from that broken bottle as possible, at once! You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you, it will soak up the water beautifully. You have not acknowledged nor the presence of mind to recover it. How could you? You won't get away with this! You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? There really was poison in the bottle, or not. You... And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? Oh, of course, of course. You're referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady? That's right. And really, looking at this photograph, it's as clear as day, isn't it? The professor was sitting here with his back to me. So of course the only person who could have shot him from the front is a little schoolboy.
Objection!
No, you killed the victim that day, using Choroi. And then, in order to frame Ryunosuke Naruhito for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you'd arranged for him to find on the floor, or you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor in his chair around. You see, you had every opportunity to commit this crime. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say? And I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Exactly! And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, prosecution's stance remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused Ryunosuke Naruhito. How can this be happening? But now, is she really going to get away with it? She destroyed the evidence was obscene. Ryunosuke, yes? Come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. What do you mean? Lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true. So if there are any clues left for us to use now... My head? Depend upon. But, and you notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. Every last detail about the scene that day. Every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt. Every color. Oh shit! Is Kazuma right? Memory of the same scene in my head. Could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. Back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. Haha, you always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryunosuke? Come on then, let's wipe the smug smile off that Englishwoman's face with some evidence. Alright, I can't wait. I mean, for a while, that something feels amiss in my memories of that day. This could be the key to arriving at the truth about all this. It's here somewhere, the clue that shows who Dr. The real killer must have been.
Take that!
Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this. Yes? What is it? He's still miles away, probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day.
Objection!
Wait a minute! Where are you going with this? Where are you going with this, little boy? It's just a memory that's been troubling me. What memory? I saw the scene shown in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw that on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on was a spattering of blood. What? Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor. No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. One was supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front. There's no way that the blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him. Ah! Yes. For blood to have made it onto the plate, it implies that the plate was between the victim and the shooter. Which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor, as you were. Giselle Brett. I beg your pardon?
Objection!
This is beyond ridiculous. Fabricated nonsense. The court seriously expects to believe something the accused has apparently just remembered seeing. This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. You mean... Yes, I took the plate, in the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all, and I don't care if they called me a crime scene thief because of it. You did what? I took the steak that you had been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. And I did it all in the name of justice. Then we can find out for sure whether or not there's a bloodstain on Miss Brett's plate. You must examine it now! Inspector! The court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir! Swear to God, there's... Okay, thank God, down there, to be continued. Sorry for the delay. Here is what you ordered. The steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it? Of course there isn't! Quickly, Inspector. The blood, man! Show the court! Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. No blood. But no. That's... possible! Oh, I saw it. I'm sure of it. There's blood on the side of the plate. What an unbecoming expression, little boy. You see, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. I couldn't agree more. In the case of this disgrace to the Empire, I believe we may finally have reached a conclusion in this trial. Let's hope so. This let's pretend attempt at a courtroom proceedings is painful to watch. I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over. Ha! This sorry-looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly. If this sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest. I thought I saw just a figment of my imagination. This emblem on the side of the plate. Is it a cat? It's a cow, obviously. Most likely because the restaurant's signature dish says beef steak. It seems a lot of different restaurants have their own unique tableware. So this is a symbol of La Carnival, is it? Huh? What in the world is this? coin. And the hallmark is from the Hoei area, I believe. No, I don't mean what is it. I mean, what's it doing there? Wait, did you say it was a Hoei Koban? Yes, and apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. Imagine, it's very valuable. First time today that there's been talk about Hoei Koban. For swine, but I've never heard of Boyan and... Bullion and Boyan. I don't think you ever will again. Bullion and Boyan. I like that. This is it now. I've lost. Ryunosuke, it's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward, no matter what. Oh, he brought the wrong plate. He brought the one that the sergeant took. Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. Comes to the problem act in any way. I presume any further examination evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. The defendants have... That bloodstain was going to clinch the trial for me. Yeah, he said he got the sergeant and the other one. Your Excellency, please wait. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth.
Objection!
The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beef steaks. Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial. I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled. I see. It's only affirmed all over my country. That's still your position, is it? Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show the court to what you are alluding. Huh? Yep, we already said this. Come on. We already did this part. I did the big inspections. It's like bullion and Boyan.
Got it!
Got it! Good gracious, that's... Koban? What on earth? A Hoei Era one at that. Miss Brett, this is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant the day in question, is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat?
Shut up!
What a ridiculous question! How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what this is, but I want no part of it.
Objection!
I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat? I simply have been a careless mistake by the chef in a moment of distraction.
Objection!
Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen? Oh, come on, just happens to be hidden underneath a piece of steak? If it turns out to be irrelevant to that case, I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right. Can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency? Yes, Counsel. A rare Hoei Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. This turns out to be irrelevant to the case. I'll give up my lawyer job right now.
Objection!
By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway.
Shut up!
Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant. No, I'm the one on trial here? Point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it is doing under that steak. Owner? Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to. Where are you? There you are.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be the antiques dealer and owner of Rasute, Kiyorio Korekute-san. Fury as in Mr. Cucumber something. Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese are... Maybe I should find out what these names translate to. Maybe I get more of the jokes. Ah, yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with this Koban coin when it happened. At exactly the moment the gun was fired. And we have previews, so we don't need to read this. But yeah, I had a feeling that these weren't there for just... Oh, we were all telling lies. Like, I had a feeling the Koban coin would come back. And this Toei era Koban, do you mean to tell me?
Attention!
No, please. Why would Kurakuda-san's Koban be sold to drink the victim's beefsteak in its plate? It makes no sense!
Yes!
Which is why I'm asking to bring Kurakuda-san back to the witness stand, so we can ask him. Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. Not a moment's delay. I can't believe we come back around to that pair again. Strong hunch. Real significance of this Koban. Find that it's the key element in the case. You know what? I'm just gonna say right now, I'm happy that I bumped it up to 8-hour streams. Not 8 hours, from 2 to 8. Or else, I would probably had to cut this up, but nah, we going through it. An episode of stream. We here for it. Don't you realize that it's dinner time for little baby Ido? When my son's belly is empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves. Exploited by the police we were, like miserable dogs forced to bear false witness. And when cast from this courtroom, myself, I became a ruined man in a trice. A worthless, withered antique. Nothing more have I to say. The sun has set on this Rasute shop owner's existence. Be that as it may, Kurakuda-san, something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your Rasute memory serves, have you ever seen this Koban? Wah! He got stabbed in the foot! Yes, that's it! The very exact one that it is! The resplendent, splendiferous Toei treasure that my rusty bones managed to be misplaced that fateful day! It can't be... as I thought. Young man! Enlighten this decrepit old fool! Put me out of my misery! Well, this man really is shaped like a cucumber now that I look at him. Where was my treasure? Where was this dropped? Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwiched between a beefsteak and its plate, soaking in the seasoned meat's juices. Sandwich? Soaking? Seriously? Clearly, it couldn't have fallen there by accident. Which means... somebody must have hidden it there on purpose. Somebody concealed my Hoei treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate? Who would do such a thing? Such an unconscionable thing. I know exactly who it was. Excuse me. Did I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga. I mentioned this earlier on in the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case. Ah yes, that's right. The secret undercover operation. La Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. Several such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent in undercover, was it? Okay, you know what? It's bugging me a bit. I'm gonna look it up. Let's see. Meaning of Japanese names. let's see. Ryunosuke. Dragon, noble, prosperous, and forerunner. So from a phoenix to a dragon, that kind of makes sense. Now, Hosonaga. Hosonaga. Thin and tall. Yeah, I can see that. That man built like a reed. It seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief. So unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already a scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid Kuratuka-san's Koban is all too clear. What? What? I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Who is this despicable scoundrel that stole Kuratuka-san?
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be you. Sergeant Iyese... Let's see, Ayesa Nosa. Let's see... His surname, Uzukamuru, may come from Uzukumaru, meaning to crouch. His given name, Taizo, meaning hoarding and possibly referencing his theft. Yeah, Ayesa no says his name in the English localization is a play on yes sir, no sir. Alright, so I called that one. Alright, yeah, let's not look at that because there are spoilers. What? How? How dare you monster! Monster? I stole that Koban, did I? I'm the master thief of La Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet. But it wasn't me, it was Aido! Aido is the mastermind behind all this. You're blaming your baby! Okay. You would push the blame for your crimes onto your own son? An innocent little baby? It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa. Flippity clop, flippity clop, flippity clop, flippity clop. Ah! That baby just killed a man! Man's got the Wario stash now. Sergeant Ayesa Nosa, preparing to stand down in the Supreme Court, sir. Do any of you know of the extraordinarily low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe? I understand the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remain in place. I have heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes? All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant. The place is heaving with money. Every 3 days, I go there and do reconnaissance for a target. And I enjoy chomping my way through a good steak at the same time. Feels like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork even, which is worryingly believable. Your target that day was the old man with this in his Koban. Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. A veritable phantom thief you are. I was all set to leave the steak I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Yes, when the professor was shot. If the police conducted a search and found this coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. Ido too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could. On the double. I sent it under the stake. Hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. Come on, come to the realization. This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time. Well, Miss Brett. Oh, of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. Why, sure, there's no need to detain you any longer at all. May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, Your Excellency? Indeed. The theft of the Koban was clearly perpetuated by this baby-saddled sergeant. Certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. Why must I be cursed with knowledge? Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Nonsense, is it? Well... Ooh. And as we're picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Very well. Now that all questions concerning this witness's testimony have been answered, see no further justification for detaining her. Miss Brett, you are free to leave. Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. Don't leave, no! And good day. Ryunosuke, what's the matter with you? There's no time for daydreaming. Oh, no, it's just... something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. Can't quite work out what exactly, but something she said jarred with me. There's a contradiction in there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up. If that's the case, don't just stay there thinking. Make your voice heard. Sorry? You can think later, but if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over.
Hold it!
Wait, Miss Brett. What is it now? I'm afraid, just one last time. Something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words just from a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction?
Objection!
What new student nonsense is this? Well, what parting words are you talking about, Ryunosuke? And as for picking up your stick and biting into it without using a knife and fork... Yes, I'm right. What you said there exposed an undeniable contradiction. See evidence, counsel.
Take that!
The photographic print of the scene taken immediately after the incident occurred? What's interesting is the plate of steak that you can see on the victim's table. Steak that Miss Brett had been eating before the professor was killed? Yes, go on. More accurately, Your Excellency. The steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed. Now you're just splitting hairs. Not really. Not true. Doesn't something about this steak strike you as very unnatural? Unnatural? What on earth do you mean? It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett. Notice what exactly, counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could even contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork. Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself. And take a good look at this steak. In particular, the edges where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there. Oh. Ah! Looks like Miss Brett has realized something. So, if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all.
Objection!
But what is your actual point? Delightful Miss Brett was ravenously hungry and couldn't help.
Shut up!
Oh, whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Of course, of course. But I'll be over in the blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in his place. Just leave everything to... I've had enough. You irritating little spectacled samurai relic. Of course. Dear lady! What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers? Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She realized that the catastrophic implications these teeth marks in the stake have for her. Ryunosuke, do you know where you're going with this? Yes. Now at last, it's all come together. The mysterious teeth marks in a steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the bloodstain I saw someone seem to have... Most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. Not that these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency. Everything? Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You want to know the meaning of the phrase, typical Japanese empty threats. So sure. Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet. Hasn't been? What? But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist.
Objection!
I'm sorry, the trial's run several hours already. You say there's evidence yet to be brought forward? That can't be. I don't believe you have it.
Objection!
I don't, but there's someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. That person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to. It will solve every remaining mystery about this case. Very well. I have a feeling this will be my last request of the defense in this trial. Who possesses the conclusive evidence that will reveal the truth about this whole affair?
Take that!
The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hosonaga. I have it. Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? No, I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on this steak with the teeth marks. Yes. Now, early this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court that following. I enjoy chopping my way through a good steak. And as well as admitting to stealing Korakuda-san's coin, he told us that he slipped it under the steak. Yeah, you watch it, Cadet. I'm a superior officer. Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the steak that you put the coin under, in fact, your own steak? Attention! Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she might be manhandling or be able to hide something in it. In other words, the steak that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal.
Objection!
But that makes no sense! That plate was taken from the victim's table.
Objection!
Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her own steak, nor did she have any opportunity to steal the coin. Of course I didn't steal it. Even suggested that such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire. Oh, really? Someone from Britain complaining that, oh, we don't steal. Explain the British Museum then. Well then, how do you explain this paradox? Exactly! Surely you're not going to suggest that the sergeant switched the two steaks over. You did switch the plates. Did switch the plates? Well, after it happened, when I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my stick and hid the coin underneath it. But then when the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I'd had it. Decided to investigate my slab of meat. That'd be it. I'll be getting my marching orders. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. With military precision and timing, I switched my stick with the one on the foreign lady's table. What? You can't have! I never saw you do such a thing! It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done. Unbelievable! Sugito-san. What now? I swear on the brass buttons on my uniform. This is all I did. Sir! All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant!
Yes!
Yes! Plate's over. It means he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate it was on back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Early in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. That to preserve evidence, you had taken both. Ah! I like that she's biting her own mask. That's correct. Then please present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot.
Shut up!
What can that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat? I can't have the slightest bearing on the case.
Objection!
No, you're not wriggling your way out of it this time, lady. I beg your pardon? Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why the steak pan promises to prove such a problem for you, no? You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me. The reason the defense asked to see that plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. Thinks he remembers. Quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Mr. Wilson, there was a clear splattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. The defendant's memory serves him well. And now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett. Let's not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show us the evidence to the court. Victim's table at the time of the incident. Yes, sir! There it is. Sorry for keeping you. Here it is, the other stick and its plate. Please, feel free to examine it. The blood stain. It's clearly visible, look!
Yes!
Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate shows that at the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim. But it can't be! In fact, there's only one person who could possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right. Miss Giselle Brett. It's you! Damn, the swan died. Outdone by a Japanese? Me? By a Japanese schoolboy? No. No! No! Yeah! Right there, shit! I love the little baby birds. This is Blackbird! Yeah! Fucking hell. Okay. That was a thing. Maximum swam! Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me. Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth this time. Gladly, Your Excellency. It was I who took the professor's life, using curare. As you surmise, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. So you planned to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water. Because curare is unheard of here in Japan. Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water, and it would all be over. I would place the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose? Yes, you. Who else? Okay, but what's the motive? This game's 100% ridiculous. That's why I love the Phoenix Wright games. Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure I was sitting in this chair such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point, so I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment. Planning to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man. I happen to know that the professor always carried a gun, so I had to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of curare in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt. Under your skirt? So I was right, there were two guns. Yes. And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. Placed where you were sure that I would notice it. And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I'd intended. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up, that's when you shot the professor with your own gun. Even though at that point, he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared. Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor and his chair around. Because, of course, I needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson for where he picked up the gun. Yeah, we did it! So there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor. ... Your Excellency. Yes? I wonder. Might I speak with you in private later? I shall call on you. Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san. Bitch, you tried to send me to jail. Damn, she was ghost too. It would seem this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement. This can't be! Takatsuchi Ouchi does not lose! Not to the likes of this rookie student! You'd better start getting used to tough opposition. Ah! Ryanosuke Naruhodo! Well, yes? This insult to the Aochi family name will never be forgotten. You become conceited with the age council, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. Damn! A 1,000 millennia may pass, and still, the Aochi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case. I thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. The Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits. What it will look like, I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Asagi? Yes? After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can, absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Never mind. As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Oh, yes? And you, I sense, how can I put it? Unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency! It is time to deliver the final verdict. Hereby find the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Yeah! We did it! First W! This court is now adjourned. Let's go! I can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial. Ryunosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Well, I could have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So, you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place on Yume University Street. Don't forget. Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off. Oh. Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence. Ah, our trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result too, you know. Oh no, I didn't do anything. Thank you so much! If we hadn't had that research report of Miss Brett, I don't know how things would have turned out. The kind word should really be for my father. Simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate. Your father? Ah yes, of course. Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susaru Hikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Speaking of Mikotaba... Ah, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Oh no, it is I who should be thanking you, after all. Your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Good friend? Oh yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. Professor Mikotoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably, that's when you met Dr. Wilson? Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you worked together? I've never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides, it's your turn, Asagi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world in science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. That does remind me, I do need to get around and play Sakura Wars. That's another game that seems like a lot of fun. I will. I'll learn all that I can. I swear on this, the spirit of the Asogi clan. Never taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows me where I need to go. It cuts down anything that's in my way. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. That reminds me, what's happened to the woman? To Giselle Brett, I mean? After all, she's guilty of murder. Oh yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but... What do you mean? Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's the true culprit, after all. She will be leaving Japan in the very near future. For Shanghai. What? Shanghai? Giselle Brett will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of that. What? But why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Inspector Hosonaga. It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. But what's all this about consular jurisdiction? We cannot try this particular foreigner for crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try her? But then, who? Who's going to bring her to justice? Our British consular court will hear her case. Somewhere far away, where our voices can't be heard. Why consular courts? Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now that we've signed the Friendship Treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. Then, so long as this is not a serious incident of a highly political nature to our respective governments, they can't invoke a consular court just like that. Oh, can't they? Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our governments making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. So Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. I'm afraid for the young student. Today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance upon her. Don't believe it. The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. It is obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. It's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is a time of great turmoil, this new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. Professor? You're right. This is no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. In that case, might I suggest La Carnival? As a head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. You're a detective, Hosonaga-san, aren't you? Let's not worry about the details for now. To La Carnival! Will you accompany us, Professor? Of course! La Carnival's food is second to none. A man got murdered there! You're just gonna go right back to La Carnival! I shall go and attend to the paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release. Ah yes, thank you. So Giselle Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Kazuma. Yes, Ryunosuke? I just wanted to say thanks again, that's all. You really saved my skin today. Ha 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 ha! I didn't do a thing! You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work. Skills made the difference, though. One day, I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. I'm not so sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during this trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. But, come on, be serious! If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for it. For being a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh no, not me! All that tense verbal action? Never want to go through that ever again! I did what you told me to do, that's all. Because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean? That's the point. Listen, Ryunosuke. You know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs in order to win? Knowledge of the law? No. The ability to believe. Ryunosuke. To believe? To believe what? A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom, you can really be backed into a corner. But being able to remain faithful to what you chose to believe in even then, well, that's something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing in your clients. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience. But you never stopped believing in me. Well, you faced seemingly hopeless situations time and again. But you never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it. Through your own efforts, and because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. There's something I want to ask you, actually, Ryunosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. Sounds serious. What is... Ah, you're still here, are you? Oh, Inspector Hosonaga. They're running some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. We'll be right there. Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory. And your study tour to Great Britain, don't forget. Ah yes, that too. So my very first trial came to an end. Kazuma. Professor Mikotoba. Susato-san, that is my assistant. Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still. What you mean? A man helped! Helping the support of all these people that I managed to get through with that trial. But more importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. Yeah! End! Hell yeah, I'm gonna save! Alright! So... Hold up. Okay, it doesn't just start things right off. The Adventure of the Unbreakable Speckled Band. But yeah, that was episode 1 of part 1 of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. And this is going to be a very interesting series. In a positive way. Let's see what portraits I can get. Yeah, suck it. Let's see. Hachimaki Headmaster. Ryomosuke, getting a more confident and combative energy. There's no doubt that wherever Kazuma is, the wind of change are blowing. I like this man's boots, I will admit. The addition of the leather gaiters and sword belt as influences for the Western world highlight the character's social awareness. Nice. Ooh, that's a good pose. I'm glad that they didn't go with this design. The character design crystallized in an instant. I verbally suggested the idea of a Kanmage top knot to Mr. Takumi, and he immediately agreed. Made some sketches of Ouchi with round glasses on since they were the norm in Meiji, Japan, but it was just too much of a departure from his descendants' usual look, so I reverted to the normal shape of glasses we're all familiar with. Mr. Cucumber. Giselle Brett. Being the first Western character you encounter as the story starts to unfold in Japan, I decided to make her a somewhat bizarre fantasy-style gentlewoman who would leave a strong visual impression. It was a deliberate attempt to heighten expectations, or trepidation, about the overseas voyage soon to follow. The mask she wears was styled to pair with the eyes of the swan on her hat. I also eliminated the chicks from Giselle's design on numerous occasions, but they made it through in the end. I love the little chicks. Oh, okay, these are like earlier things. Oh my god, there's so many. Like, even if they're not as long, like, that would take a bit. But, yeah. I definitely think this will be a, big stretch. Yeah. I definitely think this will be an episode, stream. But, yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to how this will all go. But, yeah, I am going to end the stream here. And tomorrow, we will be playing Amanda the Adventurer, a horror game published by DreadXP, where you have found a bunch of tapes of a forgotten early 2000s kids show, and in your deceased aunt's house, and things get very strange from there. And since it's a fairly short game, we're also going to be playing Cult of the Lamb, since it got a new big update, and I really love that game. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to have fun, we're going to relax, and maybe I'll even get spooked. And it's always good when I get spooked, because then you get to hear noises. Yeah, I hope everyone has a wonderful day, wonderful week. Thank you, Hita Fire Charmer, again for the raid earlier. I hope everyone enjoys, and I shall see you all next time. Bye!